Hello world. Started playing this game yesterday, made a bunch of interesting progress. This morning I read a bunch more of the documentation, so I know a bit more about what's going on. Let's see. I need $300 million for that next upgrade, $7 billion for that. And I think I'm about to reset everything, so... I need $100 million for that. Bother. Augmented targeting. Plus 10 dexterity. I don't think I care about that. Most multipliers. Most multipliers. Hacking skill. I wish I had been targeting that, but I also dumped too much money elsewhere. So I think that means it's time to install augmentations. Back up my save. Oh, geez, really? Okay. So we did that. Plus 1 favor. Interesting. Could you just keep doing that again and again? I've got this, which I don't care much about. I've got the second level of that. So I believe installing is the prestige reset mechanism. I never asked for this. Here we go. We'll keep all scripts on home. Good. Home RAM and cores. Good. I feel different. So now we're kind of back where we started. And here's the one thing that I need to actually kind of look up now. I no longer have this. Doesn't exist. Whatever. I've got my main scripts. So the thing is, this assumes I have access to these things. So, oh, what's that? But I've just reset so I don't have access. So maybe I just try it anyways. Num ports. Acquired. Open port count. Okay. Oh, that's why this didn't work before. So if we already got root access, we ignore it. So, let's adapt this. So I'm going to say if we don't have root access, try to nuke. Ugh, frickin' rendering bug. Always skips paint steps. So if we don't have root access and server. So if the hacking level is too high, we just silently ignore. Otherwise, is there a way to backdoor with scripting? Install backdoor. Why does that not show up? Aha. Well, that's why it doesn't show up. Okay, so we won't worry about backdooring. I don't think it should matter. So we will gate everything on this. Already have root access. Okay, and let's do a lot more printing. to the logs and not the console. Don't know where the cursor is. Hard. We'll try to break in. Server. Dot. Open port code. So we will just do all of these, whether we have access to it or not. It just returns false if it doesn't work. Number of ports required is greater than open port count. Okay. I don't even know what all the other port attacks are called. Root SSH. We'll add them as we find them. Okay. So this should work now. No. I do not have runtime error. So I need to try catch, huh? So I guess return false is when it's available. Meh. Whatever. Breaking into noodles, breaking into food and stuff. That's all we've got access to right now. So there's a huge list of things that we can access. We can reach, see. But most of them require way more than one. Run, launch all, type error. Threads must be a positive integer. Was infinity. Launch all line 49. Threads. Infinity. Which implies that remote static mem was 0? Server accept. Let's make that host to match what we did in the other script. And I think I want to fix how I do script arguments as well. What happened to the music? Make it out of the way. Money Max. All right, number. Why are you not completing? Money Max. Security. Min. Free RAM. Remote static mem. Oh my god, is that bad? This time it just worked? Need to turn up. Noodles is running. What about food and stuff? Why did that not print? Save, save, save. Why did you print nothing to the console and almost nothing to the logs? Examine process. Nothing running. Run this. Nothing to the console. Examine but no process. How could that possibly happen? How could that possibly happen? Printing examine and never process. Printing examine noodles. Visited is empty. Why are you not processing? Are you doing something weird like remembering globals in a way that I don't like? Rerun. There, it is globals. Oh man. Whoop. That probably explains a lot of stuff that had me confused before. So let's make sure we're not using globals like that anywhere else that we're not resetting. So we're doing hacking. Man, are we ever leveling up slowly. We can get started with some hacknet nodes, which will generate some money. We need to be level 5 before we can do anything. I don't think our augments are really helping at all. So you have 77,000. You have 2 million. And my home server has so much more processing capability than anyone else. I should be using this. So we need to come up with a new scheme. How do we use all the RAM and thus processes we've got access to? I think So here is what I do not like. Move this to a subdirectory. Oh, it does show up now. Okay, I wasn't seeing directories before. Array of file names. Save, run, terminal. See, it includes everything. How do I list only the current directory? All files on the specified server. I guess I have to write some nonsense. Let destination equals this.args 1. For I equals files that length I is greater than or equal to 0, I minus minus. Let file equal files I if file that includes slash forget it. Is that CP? Well, there's list and remove, and there isn't copy. So I have to read and write. There's no read. Whoa, sword and crossbow. Hello, friend, and 6 additional friends. How was the rest of your Pokemon stream? Or did you fill it with more Shaggy Dog jokes or something? For those of you that are new to the channel, hello, my name is Arantius. Some of the hints are misleading. I bet they can't be too easy. But I think overall it's hard. It's very hard to make good hints because you don't know what the player already knows and what they don't, and you don't want to give away too much, and it's easy to give away too much. Find a painting of it. Ooh, yeah, that seems like an especially bad hint. So we are playing a game called Bitburner, which is themed loosely around hacking, and it involves writing, as you can see on the screen, actual computer code. I have just noticed as you came in that I have passed level 5, so there is a server that I can access that required hacking skill 5, so I should be able to break in to that server if this script I wrote before still works. It did not work the way I intended. Ugh. What did it do? Nothing. Oh! I noticed a problem before. Did I fix it in this script? No. This environment isn't very well compatible with global values. So I will need to make sure I reset those global values every time. So now, if I run that script, it should discover Sigma Cosmetics and break into it. Boom. Okay, so now launch a hack on all servers will include that one. Ugh. Why is it infinity? What if I just run that again? The second time it works, huh? Okay. Is that because I need to... No, not break all, launch all. Yes, here we are. I need to copy this script onto the host the first time so that it can measure how much RAM it's going to take. Okay. That bug is fixed. So I was trying to write a script to back up all of my files. When you guys all showed up. And I don't know how to manipulate files in this system. Only a little bit. It's definitely not one of the Git methods. Grow, hack, Tor router, kill, I can list files. I can move a file, but I can't copy a file. Because the terminal has no scripting whatsoever, I have to write one of these. And I don't see the API to copy a file. I can read a file, and I can write to a file, so that's what I'm going to have to do. NS read just returns a string. Okay. A file. And then start write. Test file content. No. Saved. So now, if I run back up into 2, cannot read properties of undefined on line 7. What? Oh. Control B. Nope. It is somewhat hilarious how close all the details of this are to what my last job was. That would probably be one of the ways that I consider myself to be very lucky. Although there was a lot of other crap as well. Some significant parts of the jobs that I did when I had a full-time professional job were actually things that I enjoyed doing. Enough that I can play a game that very, very closely models those tasks. The thing is, there's so much other really unpleasant stuff wrapped around. I tend to try not to brag, but an objective fact is I was rather well compensated for doing tasks like this, to the point that I had the option to choose to not be paid for it anymore. See, nothing exists. The directory I made exists. 2 does not exist. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I can do, and some of them I can do pretty well. I think that's true. I have some monies. Let's get some more monies. Oh, yes, very much so. I have a very, very bad memory for dates and times. Almost everything that I can remember when it happened, I can remember whether it happened before or after some particular key event that I can remember when it happened. So I know we moved to New Jersey as a family literally on my 8th birthday. We spent like 8+ hours in the car driving to our new home. And we moved to a slightly different house. Well, let's see, no. So that would be 3rd grade. I started third grade right when we moved to New Jersey. And I remember moving house within New Jersey for, I think that was in the middle of 8th grade. Same school, so it didn't impact me very much. And I can remember in that first house, so sometime between 3rd and 8th grade, so somewhere around 10, 11, 12, I can remember not only having a computer, but writing programs on it. I think the strongest memory I have of programming then was, I think, trying and failing to write a Tetris game. I didn't know what I was doing well enough to succeed at that yet, but I had definitely written at least some programs that worked. So early 90s, either early teenager or slightly preteen, yes, I was already writing computer programs for entertainment. And that continued pretty much nonstop since then, to one degree or another. Okay, so my backup program does not work. So let's do that. And let's yeah. Instead of that, let's do /dest/file. Okay, so now if I run that, invalid file name was not a file. Do I not remember how to do? Template strings in JavaScript. Template literals. Do I need a $sign? Yes. No. So I made that mistake and that mistake. In fact, where was that? Here? No. Maybe, and I have there. Let's back up the save before I do things that I might regret. So one, I want that. So yep, that, huh? Okay, that should be a little bit better. /undefined. Uh-huh. Oh boy. What happens if I do that? Nothing, because, yeah. Ooh, -r works. I am sure. Okay, so back in here, I want if. There we go. So now it'll just tell me error because I want to send it to a named location. That didn't work. class.args. Oh, gotcha. It's not the kind of args that I'm thinking of. There, good. So now if I back up to 3, you should make 1 copy of each of those files again. Yes, and not all the things in 1 or 2. Okay. Yes, I don't need that extra copy. Perfect, perfect. So now I've got to back up in 2. I don't think I need that file anymore. That is just doing 1. I have to name the server by hand. Yeah, okay. Got a backup of it. I don't think I'm going to use it again. And same for only hack. Remote hack. I think. Yes. That is the thing that copies to each server and executes there. Although maybe it doesn't need to copy it. Nope, that's not the file I want to edit. Edit that. See, because I specify the file. I don't understand why this takes a host parameter. Get the RAM cost of a script. Why? The amount of RAM to run on the target server. Return 0 if it doesn't exist, which is the bug that I had earlier. I think I'll leave the copying because it doesn't hurt anything. Oh, I'm level 24. A bunch of hacking has happened. So I can I broke into 2 new servers, so launch hacks there. Boom. So the thing is, $12 a second here. There we go. My augments are making some of my, oh geez, only 2%. Some of my costs lower and some of my effects higher. 107% dexterity level. Okay. Let's explore the city more. So many things. Okay, the gym is where I can train. $2,000 a second. I can't do that effectively. Icarus Microsystems. I can work here. I earn wages and reputation, but I have to be level 200, which I am not for any of those. Okay. AlphaNet is where I can apply for an internship, which has a requirement of level 100. I effectively cannot do that yet. City Hall, what can I do here? A businessman is yelling at a clerk. I should come back later. I see. What can I do at this gym? I can spend $120 a second to train things. But I don't think I'm making that much yet. Where? There. 0. Haven't hacked anything. I'm growing. Okay. Create program. Boy, this is going to keep happening, isn't it? Might as well do this. I want to write a script. And it's going to be home grow. Actually. There's some standard. Hey, what? No. Oh, do I have to? Yes, okay. Ah. Ah. Okay. Script RAM for this file. Server max RAM. I used available RAM. So we will grow. You know what? One, two, three, four, 5. Okay, get the host and the operation. Oh, that's the problem. If I put all 3 operations in this script, it's going to be expensive compared to Well, we can optimize later. Case hack. Wait. Oh, do I even need this? I need to have the threads available, don't I? Let's see what happens. No, I need... The undo action in this fake VI editor does too much. And this dot hack, I think. Yes. Post. Grow, weaken. NS is not defined. Really? Ugh. Dash T infinity. That's wrong again because I changed the name of the file. Hundred and 15 threads. So noodles grow finished running. Really? Unknown op noodles. I copied too aggressively. we're growing noodles real aggressively. Uh-oh. We're only using one thread because my logic is busted. Soon I will be contacted by a hacking group. Okay, so let's move this. I think it might use all available threads by default. Don't ask for a specific number. If I press this, you rerun here? Yes. 115 threads. There we go. So you are currently growing because you don't have much money. I think this is a big thing that I did not do earlier, and I should have. Ooh, level 42. I might have access to things. Joe's guns. No, I'm there already. And I'm already on NectarNet, but I'm not on Harakiri. So I should. Available money grew by 264%. Gained some experience. Sweet. Let's break in. Uh-oh. On line 46, you expected a number but found undefined. On line 46, I still expected a number but found undefined. Line host S. Oh. Okay, we're broken. So, launch hacks everywhere. Sweet. So you tell me available. kind of want a script to help me find a server to attack now, but we'll just, for now, run this on I think, I kind of see what's going on here. I really need to just rewrite the entire system to be a lot more intelligent about what it does, because I've got so much saved up resources on my home server, way more than like every other server I've got access to combined right now, and I need to use them. So I think the right strategy is look at all the servers that I've got root access to, find the one with the highest cap for available money, and then use all of my available computing resources to attack that one most valuable server. Whereas right now I've got each server attacking itself, which never adds up to very much. But we'll keep on the semi-manual system. No, food and stuff. It's going to take a minute as well. And while it does that, we can think about what are we doing with our time? We've almost finished this. And that has nothing to do with accessing more servers. Come on, 100%. Come on, 100%. There. We've got that program now. We can create this. Nope. We need level 75 and 100. Oh, I can work on this. Good. That gives us access to new things. Okay, so let's think out loud. What's the strategy? Find the server with the most available money, because that varies. Finished running. Available money grew by only 2%. First, Noodles, I think, is maxed out, so you should be hacking. Good. And then food and stuff. Your max... Actually, Noodles' max is 1.75 million. Your max is 50 million, which is already so much more. We increased by 2%, huh? You're weakening. Yeah, I've been discovering a bunch of things that are possible in the documentation, and I didn't understand them yet, and I'm starting to. I think I want home to grow food and stuff again, super aggressively. So we enumerate servers. I mean, I should build in breaking into new things that I could access, but I haven't gained access to yet. I also want to do better argument passing, which I realized I can do by just passing a single JSON string. It'll be self-documenting. When I look at active scripts now, I'm passing raw values and I have to know what they mean. I could pass a JSON object, which will effectively name the values and make pulling out the values easier in the script itself. %. Oh, there's that rerun button that I should be using here. If that is indeed what I want to do. Maybe the first thing I should do Oh, man. So every time I've got an action like hack, I say, oh, %. I think the amount of time is constant regardless of the number of threads you tell it to use. And the threads only multiplies how effective it will be. Oh, jeez. Want that, I think. Because, let's see, level 76 would give me access here, but I need to open a port, which I need that for. And same there, and same there. Nope. I don't have a level for that yet. But NectarNet I should be able to access. Am I already running there? Yes. So I want to do... Script finished, okay. Okay, let's start a new script. It's going to be built on that which already knows how to scan things. That's not what I want, is it? It's going to be a dictionary, actually, in which I will gather details. So scan all hosts. Survey a host and then scan the rest. And what are we going to do when we survey hosts? We're going to ignore hosts that we can't hack and that we don't have access to. And then for those that are left, we're going to nope. Is that going to contain all the details that I want? It's going to tell me the RAM available and used, and money available and max, and the security level? No. That's a lot of the information that I want. So what I need is information that I would use to weaken. Hosts. Let's call it servers. See, undo undoes too much. Their host is host names. Yay! Created that. Right. Servers, host, server. Does that work? Maybe. Didn't throw an error, at least. So that is the information I wanted right now. So I want... What? Base security level? No. I don't know what the difference between base and min is. That's really what I wanted. And then we'll just print these details out. Does that work? No. JavaScript has so many for eaches. Array for each, iterator for each. Isn't there a... What? Where's the search box? I thought there was just a for each. JavaScript. I guess not. Well, that'll be why that wasn't working. The host. What all do I want to print out? Available money out of maximum. Security level compared to minimum. That's it. Sure, 6. What's that going to be? 1, 2, 3, dot 1, 2, 3. Let's make it 7. I only wanted to do undo the one last command, not the entire thing. Money. So we got host. Get out of my face. I want to see the previous line. Shut up. Is that format number? Server dot. God, your damn autocomplete is really annoying. Okay. Money. Money, money, money. Available money max. I guess. Should name these to match. But I don't want to format number this time. Server dot security min server dot security. Okay, so will this work first time? Or a second time, technically. It did nothing. Actually, let's tail it. Well, it did a lot of things. Just didn't print anything when we were done. Our hacking level has been growing mightily in the background. We can create programs. I don't care about that. I never used that last time, so let's see what happens if we actually used that once. So we called all these get server security stuff because I know that because the log had all the calls get hacking level. Yeah, we keep calling that because we called it for all of these. Oh, no, wait. This is only required. Scan returned. Okay, yeah. There we go. And for this one, we definitely looked up the details, so they should have been in there. There. So my loop is broken. Oh, because it's a object, not an array. So how do you... How do you best iterate... servers dot for each host server that, I think. Servers.forEach is not a function. Objects.forEach servers. Object.forEach is not a function. entries for each. Ah, 4 of is what I was thinking of. Earlier. 4. Object.entries serves. Automatic closing. I don't want that. You don't even let me turn it off, do you? Awesome. But you're only displaying 4 things. I would expect more than that. So, for one thing, need way more than 10. Might as well just give 20. And want that. Maybe just that. I'm probably just not going to support that, whatever. So why... Why, for example, you are not displaying food and stuff? I think it has 50 million, or is it 5 million? Food and stuff has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 50 million max money. They're still growing, eh? Sigma Cosmetics has 57, which you're not displaying. These are all much lower. Oh, currently has versus could have, right. CSEC is all 0. Yeah, that's a honeypot situation going on there. And my script does not handle that. Root access, no. Hacking skill 55. Whatever. Join. Needs 600 rep and it's growing slowly. And boy, this is taking a long time. 20 minutes. Large achievement. Okay, so there's that at least. So I should be targeting max hardware. Run. Max hardware. you have 250 million that you could... Uh-oh. Do not have root access. Do I have the wrong filters in survey? If the level is too high, skip it. If I don't have root access, skip it. There we go. So a Harakiri sushi could have 100 million in it. Three minutes to grow there. It also needs weakening. And I've got more things that I can break into. Yeah, those four, yep, because my filter was wrong before. So now the survey should list those and their totals, including max hardware now, which has an even higher security level. Interesting. And the Iron Gym as well. I wonder how much RAM all of you together represent. Sir dot. Max RAM. Yeah, look, if I had targeted, use all of these to target an operation somewhere, things would go a lot better. That is definitely the next step. I need to coordinate my entire swarm of servers to attack one target. That would be what? 2, 3, 128, 192, 28, 208, 216. Like as much RAM as I've got here at home is represented in those machines. We'll just launch a basic attack everywhere just so our hacking activity increases. Oh, that ran. Grown by 11%. Did I see that happen? Air carry was 4 million, 4 million. And it's now 4.4 million. Oh, we need to weaken it. So let's see, 0.05, 0.5 for 10, 5 for 100. So this should go 12, 13 down to 8-ish. If I click focus here, am I still going to be able to see that? Yes, good. Boy, whatever I do next is going to get complicated fast. Because I want to most efficiently use all the resources I've got access to. But they come in these little bundles of individual servers. Which means I have to divide up all the things I'm doing into small pieces. And then orchestrating how all those small pieces will fit together. That's difficult just to imagine, much less to actively do. So I've got all this money gathering up, and I don't think it's useful. Oh, right. I'm going to come back here when that's done. My hack level is growing quite well. Or it was. Let's see what happens when this finishes. I saw it when it finished, and then I looked over, and I'm at 2 levels higher, which is probably, I suppose, if you look at stats, what's my level, or do you tell me anything? No. How many experience points do I need to get each level? Okay, grew by 10%. I want to queue up a weekend on you. Ah, that grows. Disappears. Oh, weekend I should have done first. Everything else is faster and more effective when the security level is reduced. So what are the steps I want my swarm logic to take? 1, pick a target. And the target should be somewhat sticky. Once we've picked a target, we should just keep hammering that target, unless a new target appears that is sufficiently better. What does that mean? It's hard to say. Maybe twice as good? Like, if I'm targeting Harakiri, which has 100 million that could contain, well, Max Hardware could contain 250, and Iron Gym could contain 500. But if, for example, I've been working Harakiri for a while and its security level is all the way down to 5, jumping over to Iron Gym is going to require a lot of weakening work. Maybe I should make some really simple tools. To orchestrate, to say, everybody target this and do your things. And just all the resources I have, I will throw at weakening or growing or hacking. That's far from optimal, but it's probably a lot more optimal than what I'm doing right now. Maybe I should just slightly enhance that tool so it will look at all the available servers and gather a list of ones that could run new tasks. And for the target, figure out how many copies I want to run of a given thing and just run those. Ooh. Weakened to 7. But that means it went from 13 to 7. I don't need to send a whole 100 at it again, but I'm just going to click a button so it works while I'm thinking. So a thing that I can run manually that will say, everybody target this server with this action. But that's simple, which is good. It means I can get it running soon. But I think I will add one minor complexity in that, like right here, it'll plan out. Running 110 threads of weaken removed 7. But that leaves me with only 2.2 to remove. So removing 7 again is wasteful. I don't need to spend all 110 threads on it. I only need to spend like 30-ish, maybe 40. So it should calculate that, and it should assign all free resources to that task until further resources would be wasted. Okay. And then ideally tell me how long that's going to take. So I would weaken the juiciest target, and if I haven't used all of my resources, weaken the next juiciest target, and so on. And when things are sufficiently weak, then I'll grow and grow and grow and grow. Each individual thing that's going to be done is its own kind of planning operation. Okay, so what do I want now? I don't think I want remote hack or launch all anymore, but everything was too hard. Don't have access to anything new. Don't care about deep scan, but I do care about that even more than this. But that's only got a couple minutes left, and I really want to get this and use it to know whether it's worth investing my time in the future. Okay, so you weakened 2-5. You can't weaken anymore. So now you should absolutely grow. And that's the thing. The next level, once I have a thing that will, for example, spend all my resources on weakening a server. Once it's been weakened, it should grow. Once it's grown, it should weaken again. Once it's weakened, it should hack, and then it should weaken again and loop. So I think the idea is, well, home has a lot of resources. Like everything that I've got access to right now added together is about as much as home. So I should probably be spending home's resources on this. But if I do, then they're all locked up and I can't do much else until that finishes. I kind of want survey or break-in to summarize what should I be attacking next. At what level do I have to be at for it to be worth doing that? Or break-in should just like be polling forever. Like once every 10 seconds. Check. Grown by 16%. Sweet. I need to do that a few times. And we'll have a lot of money. Oh, no. Grow by 16%. That's not even 1 million, so it'd have to be 100 times. Except, of course, that it will it's exponential, so each one will add more. Ugh. Wow. Thermometer says it is 84 degrees outside. And I check my history. It was just data is loading slowly. It was just 1, 2, 3, 4 nights ago. It was freezing overnight. And now it's way up in the 80s. And the slope of the temperature is very steep. It doesn't look like it's peaking. What does the forecast say for the high? I wouldn't have said mid to high 80s. Well, now it says the high is 85. So I guess, yeah, it's going to be about this level. But there's the crazy thing. The forecast is for tonight to go down to 46 and the following night, 41. And then the following day, up to 77. This time of year, it's so hard to do anything outside because it's completely unpredictable what it's going to be like outside. Okay, so we were at 5.5-ish, and now we're at 6.4-ish. So not even a million. But if we had every bit of RAM available, pointed at that server, it would grow twice as fast, probably. And right, this script is not efficient. So hypothetically, I could do this. And edit all of these. Specifically those. And instead of taking operation as an argument, hack will just hack. You know, let's truly have it just hack. And there's another rough edge. Ugh. Okay, so you're all done. We grew by 16%, yeah. So I've got 256 gigs over 1.75. And I can run 146 copies of it. Create a server profiler, sweet. I want to create FTP crack as soon as possible. So now I want to survey. Harakiri has 7 million. Run up grow on Harakiri Sushi with 140 threads. Just to be mildly conservative. I don't know where to put this necessarily. So there's like another 25% by running it that way. Well, maybe I can put those in an up folder. this list a bit smaller. Now, of course, they'll never be backed up that way. But fine, I'll live with it. Augmentations 2 of 30. Money 4 million out of 100 billion. Hacking skill 128 out of 2500. I guess that is a goal that I've got for whatever that was. Exploit them for their augmentations, but do not trust them. Flight program was added. Jumper. Yes, it does. It's right there. I've got this crap lying around that I can't do anything about. Finished running. Gained 1,000 hacking experience. Grown by 22%. Oh, baby. So Heracre has 9 million now. Enough to run a few more of those, but here's the base concept going on here. I can run, in this case, on home, an attack targeting any server. So here I'm growing money that Heracre has. So what is going on with the hack running locally there? You are weakening. Because you can indeed do some weakening. And now you're hacking. And at home, I'm making your hacks much more effective. Last weaken hack gave us $100,000. 50 experience is almost nothing. You are weakening now because you're above target. I don't know exactly what determines how long these things take. I think it's some balance of our skill versus their security level. $22 minutes to make this crack, huh? hard to know what my goals actually are. Let's see, you have almost no rep. Really need some. But to get it, I'm gonna have to hack for you, which I can't do while I'm doing that. I can share RAM. Bonus multiplier for reputation gain. Boost for 10 seconds. 10 seconds is not much. Have to write a script to automate that, basically. 22%. I have $15 million for them to talk to me again. I need to backdoor you. AVM. Where is it? Ugh, can't see it yet. Level 133. I should be backdooring things. We're breaking in. Really? I should be able to get to Iron Gym. Here's the kind of example. Like I kind of want to see, oh, skill 100, give up. But I should keep drilling down because here's skill 20, which I can get to. Civil Helix, no. Fantasy, break in, should break into, oh, you need 2. I see. So all the no's, yes. No, because I need 2, which is why we're building this. Yes, no, because of both. Yes. No, because of both. Okay, well, that's why I can't break into anything now. Okay. And needing to click that button is why I need to automate this operation. To automate everything, which is a lot to worry about. Security level weakened to 5.64800000005. There's a floating point number for you. What is my goal now? I guess, okay, immediate goals. Super idle is finish this so I can access more servers. And then when my character is not actively consumed with this, then I can dedicate myself to faction. And by working on factions, I can get augments, and augments make me stronger so I can do all this faster. So basically, stare at the screen for 20 minutes. Added another 20% and 1,000 hacking experience. So where are we now? $18 million out of 100. So if we add 10% of that. We get 22 million. And then 27, 33, 41, 50. And it means when you decide to hack, it's going to be more profitable. I don't know if I need money profit, though. Money doesn't really get me a lot. Maybe I should go wander around town and see what else there is to do. The gym is an active activity. City Hall still doesn't want me to do anything. Hospital is just where you wake up when you're injured, I think. Megacorp, I could get a job. Here I can get an internship, definitely. Which is, I think, passive. It's giving me reputation and wages. That's sure fine. Stock exchange, universal energy. This intern job is better, but needs level 200. This C for corporation. Intern job also needs level 200. CIA wants level 150, which we almost are. I wonder why both of these exist. Security guard job. Curious. IPv-Go subnet takeover. Megacorp. It's going to be jobs again. Blade Industries going to be jobs again. Food and stuff. Joe's Guns Travel Agency. This, yeah, this. 4 Sigma NSA. It's basically jobs again. And this is active stat improvement. Sure seems like all the things that I can do. It's another corporation, basically. Oh, yeah, my heavy growing from home is overrunning Harakiri's ability to weaken itself. There are so many things I could imagine doing. Not only do I want to build a system which will automate some kind of coordinated attack, although I don't know what exactly. I don't know for certain that I should target a single location, but it feels kind of right. I also want to make a complex visualization of what is going on, but there isn't a lot. Well, there was mention of some user interface stuff. Yeah. Clear terminal, close tail, game info, move tail. Oh, wow. Set tail title, set theme, window size. So there's clear terminal, but no clear tail. Open. I suppose hypothetically I could have the controller pass a bunch of data into a script which will open its own tail window, print out some details, and wait a while. And then close the tail and the controller reruns it so that it'll recreate and remove and refill all the details in there. Yeah, we could do something like that. $18 million to $41 million, which is by far the most money that anybody's got. Filling you up just to knock you down. So if we add almost a quarter, it's going to be like 8 million at a time. Now see, part of me wants to print out here how much money we've got after adding 22%, however much that is. But that is going to have a RAM cost. Kind of understand why it's built this way, but it's annoying. We weakened, but we're going to weaken again. It's going to take 2 minutes to do it. Okay, so we can improve this. Pick a target. And decide what to do to it. which is mostly in remote hack. No. Well, yes, the logic is in there. You need to remove most of it, but... Hmm. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to take in the server that we're targeting as an argument. And we're only going to run one copy of this controller. And this indeed is the logic right there. If the security level of that server is greater than security min, well, what's security min? That came from you get server min security level. And oh no. Let up weaken RAM equals, and that's that get script RAM for up weekend.js. Hack. Grow. All right. Run the server profiler. Harakiri sushi. Basic. Growth rate is significant somehow. Yeah, okay. You can get those from scripts. That's annoying that you have to manually unlock that and it takes like 20 minutes each time. I suppose I just have to write a script to do that and then I don't have to unlock it anymore. So that's what that does. I know that now. It just gets a few details of the server and some execution times. Okay. So what do I want to do? Every time we come through, actually, mem up hack 1.7 grow we failed because that was running. It's not running now. 1.7. Grow. 1.75. Weaken 1.75. Okay, so I need to measure individually as expected. Let num ram equals ns.get your auto-completion is crap. Max RAM minus used RAM. Is it required? I guess. But there's that. Are you free? It would be nice if you are. No, but almost. Max minus finished a TP crack. I don't have any RAM free because I'm growing Harakiri. Too aggressively. I should have left more spare RAM. So I go here, I can buy servers, but they're tiny. I've got tons of money, so I could buy tons of them. But I need to have money for the factions to like me. So I want to have the money. There's some more passive generation, sure. Level 150, huh? And you finished, so break in. 2 new servers. Fantasy and Silver Helix. Boom, boom. Silver Helix has RAM. So now there's new targets. You could have $1 billion. And I should create a program. Nope. Let's make our faction like us. is script RAM of up weekend.js. Free RAM for let's leave a buffer for running one-offs like break and launch. Okay, is there an API for how much weaken will weaken? Weaken time, we can analyze number, the security decrease. I don't know how many threads. Ah, okay. Weekend amount is we can analyze for a single thread. And the number of threads that I could use is that. If the current level is I don't want to spend the time doing it unless it's really going to be fruitful. So let's say let security threshold be security min plus the amount that we could weaken times if we were to use a quarter of our threads. If the current level is above the threshold, see, you undid both of those, which is wrong. That was also wrong. The number of threads we're actually going to use is the difference between those two. No, the amount that we could that is definitely not what I wanted. Ceiling of ugh. How do I stop? Oh, it does work. Okay. Okay, so the current security level minus the minimum security level is the amount that we could reduce by. But divide that by the amount that each thread weakens by. Take the ceiling of that division. So we will do that. Opt is, yeah. Growing. You're maxed out. Wait, did you say grown by 0% because we maxed out? Oh, faction wants me. Another faction wants me. Already working for CyberSec. So you... I need 600 rep. I'm almost there. I get you. You. I need 600 rep. So once I've got 600, I'll switch over, I think. Net burners? Hack net burners. Field work. Hacking work. Security work. So when this says 650, we go get that augment and switch over. And it will be good to monitor things. Oh god, we took half their money. It'll be good to monitor things while I do all these operations manually to build intelligence for what I should be automating. And I think this particular script will be good for immediately after I restart. It'll just use my home resources, which are huge compared to what little I can access at that point, to leverage some target. I wonder if the amount of experience depends on the amount of money, or is it just the number of threads? Okay, I definitely want to move this 25. Into continue. If up we that. So now the globals don't work. Looked up once outside the loop because it's in function, so we will put that there. Oh, in fact, I didn't even use it. So, first thing I want to do is weaken when you're as weak as possible, then I want to grow you as much as I can, which is currently what I need to do. And once you've grown, I want to weaken you back down. Security min. Okay, so I need to limit that to the amount that I can run. Max. Math dot min max weaken threads T. If I don't have enough memory to weaken all in one go, I will weaken as much as I can. We went from 61 to 74. We should grow again. Yes, we always want to be as weak as possible because that makes all of our other actions more effective. So inside a loop, we guard thread. If the level you know what? I don't care about this threshold anymore, actually. Or I need not to the same degree. I will assign a single thread. Because that's what I'm going to want long term. If you are less than or equal to security threshold, you didn't do anything. Short circuit. Otherwise, you did something. Let's grow again. We're almost there. that's how weaken will go. Pretty confident in that. So I want to do the same thing now for grow. Now that's different. Growth analyze. Host. There's also an additive factor that applied before the multiplier. Each grow call will add $1 to the host money for each thread. Before applying the multiplier first thread, can this make an extremely low starting money? Fewer threads would be needed. So I want to no, let money max get you're at 100 million, so you should hack. Unless should weaken. Look at there. Yeah, this. I'm writing the script to automate this. Server.money available. Server.money max. And let's get server. Yes. Let server equals and let's get server that host name. So let max grow threads equals ns dot growth analyze host percentage I want to grow is server dot server.money max over server.money available. I guess no, really what I want is if server.money available is more than 90% of the maximum amount of money we could have, don't do anything. Otherwise, the number of threads we need to grow that's how many threads we should use. How many threads we want to run. We might not have that much. The most we can run is that. So T is math dot that's how many threads we will run. The lower of how many we want or how many we can run. Insta format number server dot money available. Let's get the server again before we print that. Make sure it's up to date. Okay, so that will weaken and grow. Then we want to hack. We're only at 60 million. Okay. Seven. If it's time to hack, we just hack unconditionally. And the point is just hack as hard as we can. That might be it. That goes to logs, that goes to logs, and that's it. Okay. Run target hack on Harakiri Sushi. And watch the logs. Okay. That's running. I need a bathroom break. So we're going to let that run for a minute while we weaken. I should probably print something before weaken. Wait. I'm doing this wrong. I'll let that finish running. And while it runs, I will... Oh, it's only running one thread. Right, it's running incorrectly. Whatever. Since I have to stand up and head to the bathroom, I will do that while that runs. See you all shortly. Okay. This script does not do what I want it to do. Almost, but not quite. So we've definitely gotten enough faction here that I want to look at a favor rep here that I want to buy and augment. And, oh, I can buy this one too. But I need 3,000 rep for the next one and $36 million, which I've got. 2,000 rep. I'm actually really close to that, so maybe we will keep working on that. What do you give me? 3% faster hack, grow, and weaken. Sweet. What do you give me? 5% hacking skill. Those basically do both, but I won't have that for a while. So we will keep working on wrap until 2,000 now because we way overshot the 600 some was looking for. Oh, I could buy another one of those. Because I'm not spending that rep, I just need to have it to spend the money. Sweet. Got that. That's 97 million, so I'm gonna hold pat where I am. Okay. I don't, it turns out, want to call the weaken command. I want to spawn some number of threads of the weaken script. So now I need to look up Zek. Turns the PID. So how do I block? Kill, move tail, resize tail, set title, PID, close tail. I want to wait for that to be done. Spawn, terminate, and start another. Script running. It's close to what I want. Ugh.
My wife asked me to sync her iPhone, so I dropped it in the lake. I don't see what she's so upset about.
Thank you for the dad joke. Sword. That was a decent one. That is one of my big pet peeves. Done correctly there. There is no H in the word sync, as far as I'm concerned. If you put an H in, then it's cinch, like C-I-N-C-H. But S-Y-N-C is sync. S-Y-N-C-H would be cinch. And that's not what you want to say. Anyways. Okay, I'm realizing that I want to exec a script and I want to wait for it to complete. Somebody just tell me how to do that right there. I have to implement a busy wait loop. And that's not run. Run. Yeah, so yesterday I did this for the first time. A lot of the things I've been doing lately, I only stream for 3-ish hours because a lot of the things I've been streaming lately, I just can't maintain the excitement to keep going for more and more hours. But, this is basically just programming with an interesting puzzle around it. And it just pushes all of my buttons and I just keep going. Yesterday, I went for, I think, 5 hours and I looked at the clock and I realized, well, it's kind of time to start thinking about dinner, so I'm going to go do that. So yeah, I am going strong. Yes, exactly. It is quite funny, like we said before, that it is a lot like work, but it's like the good parts of work, so I just enjoy it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I need that. There, okay. So, I also want... On one hand, I know that you're joking. On the other hand, the semi-serious answer is look up and read the article, How to Learn Programming in 10,000 Hours. It's kind of an old one, but I think the points still stand. It was written back when... Oh, well, that's not the exact name. It's not coming up. Quickly. It was a semi-satirical article written back when learn whatever in 24 hours books were extremely common. Honestly, it's a pretty deep, interesting topic. It's common for people to describe quote-unquote natural talent. And I can't, with full intellectual honesty, say that it doesn't exist at all. But I think it does hardly exist in comparison to the kinds of things that people mean when they say that. I think the vast majority of talent is actually the result of practice and hard work. The exception is probably the ability for someone to put in that much practice and hard work. It takes some amount of motivation that not all people have, and depending on the thing, some amount of privilege that not all people have. I'm going to just arbitrarily round off a big-ish number that might be somewhat accurate. I'm going to say 10 years ago, I actually bought a guitar and decided I'm going to learn how to play guitar. And I did a bunch of little exercises, and I got through very basic fingering, and I could play the various notes, and I could even almost do it at a reasonable enough rate. Like at some point, and I was playing, I don't know, Mary Had a Little Lamb or whatever. And it wasn't fantastic, but it wasn't awful. But almost instantly, as soon as I tried to do chords, a single chord, I could do okay. But the very instant that I tried to do anything that involved doing one chord and then switching to a second different chord under time pressure, I folded completely. And I was old enough to recognize in myself, I could do this if I really wanted to, but the motivation isn't there. I can tell it will take a lot of practice with very little to show for it. And I just don't have that much motivation, so I didn't do it. Like you asked earlier, I do actually tend to have quite a wide variety of skills, and I've had people non-sarcastically ask me, is there anything you can't do in the past? And my ready answer was music. Almost anything having to do with music. I can't really do it. The closest I can come is back when I played Rock Band, I could do its guitar and vocals at the same time, both on hard mode, for almost every song. But that is a severe simplification, I know. I think the other side of that coin is I'm old enough that I have enough skills, that I have invested the deep requisite practice and effort into, that the cost benefit calculation is just off. I could, for example, like is on the screen right now, I could get all kinds of benefits by leveraging the programming skills that I already have. And although I know I would enjoy just having the skill of a variety of musical things, I would not enjoy the practice that would be required to get there. The same honestly goes for languages. I don't know how well I recognized the pattern exactly. What I know in my mind today is that by comparison, I am very, very good at the kinds of academic pursuits that involve patterns and thinking, like generally math and science, and really bad at the academic pursuits that involve memorization, like language and history. I have clear memories of cheating hard at my language courses. Definitely in college, and I'm pretty sure in high school as well, because I'll take the common sloppy shortcut of saying I just couldn't memorize however many dozen words the class required you to memorize each week, whatever it was. My quote-unquote natural ability to just rote memorize facts is very low. Whereas my ability to organize a set of facts into a larger pattern and think through them that way, and as an accidental side effect, memorize them, is very high. So in, say, a physics course, I could see how I could remember the various equations that mean nothing on their own, kind of, because I could see how the various parts of them interact, and I could fit them into other parts of physics, and it just clicks in a way that makes sense. And the way that a variety of fields of mathematics build upon each other and reinforce each other, I can remember those kinds of things so well, compared to the semi-random arbitrary facts of, what date was this war and which president enacted this policy and all the various things of which gender is this word in German and so forth. Like, there's no reason for any of it. There's no pattern that it fits into, really. It's just, can you jam these random facts in your head? And for me, the answer is usually no. And it gets back to my earlier point about motivation and practice. I'm starting to remember a variety of details about this completely arbitrary API, there's no better word for it, that this game exposes to write your scripts in, because I've got the motivation to try. And I keep going, and it makes me do a few of these things enough times that it starts engraving itself in my memory. Whereas I have no motivation to just keep reading the list of words for this week in German. I remember der, die, das. I've forgotten most of the German that I learned. I can't even list off a bunch of arbitrary words and their genders off the top of my head, because that knowledge is mostly evaporated. If I even had it at the time, because like I said, I cheated. Yeah, there's a lot of that. If you don't have a lot of free time because your life takes a lot out of you, whether that's work or children or whatever, then you really can't gather skills, because it definitely takes time. It also takes motivation. And I think if you've got the time and the motivation, the dedication probably comes. But you do need a little bit of dedication to start. Dedication and motivation are closely related. in my worldview. But yeah, like I said somewhat facetiously earlier, one of the biggest forms of luck in my life was I was very lightly social as a child, and I managed to find my satisfaction in applying myself to computer-based problems. And I did that at a time that meant that when I was graduating and looking for a job, that was a set of skills that was in great demand and yet low supply, because only nerds, when nerd was a derogatory term, did that back when I was doing it. And then, of course, I got the job, and that was just extra time and motivation to put into learning even more of it, and it built upon itself for more or less decades of experience professionally. Where was I going with that? I don't know. That's how that skill came about in me. My motivation was not to go to the mall or whatever kids did in the 90s. It was to try out some new thing with my computer. I did a lot of programming things. I can remember in high school, a friend and I had the idea to, just among ourselves, just for our own reasons, start a programming contest. We came up with a particular thing to do, and we said, by this date, some number of months in the future, whatever it was, write the best program you can to do this. I did it. They didn't even do it, but I did it because it was something I enjoyed. Programming is generally a big puzzle. There's some kind of problem you're trying to solve, and there's all kinds of constraints on that solution, and the very small details of the actual writing the code is a big part of it, but definitely not all of it. And solving puzzles is fun, as far as I'm concerned. Nope, I wanted to look at augments, because if I got to 2,000, which I'm way past now, I could buy a synaptic enhancement, which is crazy expensive. Boom goes most of my money. So now it's probably time to work on your reputation. Because when I get to 900, which isn't terribly far, 35 million. Well, I've got it. I can buy another one of those. And then, oh, the next thing is really expensive. But a dexterity skill, I don't care. Start with a million what? Start with, ooh, I want this badly. But that's expensive. Okay, so task at hand is to fix this script. I want not to just call the grow API. I want to spawn a separate optimized script to call that API. But running a script happens in parallel, I believe. It returns the ID of a separate script immediately. So I need to write myself a... We're going to keep them in alphabetical order. Function. Async function. Async function. Run wait. Script host. Threads. So that is going to let PID equals ns.run script threads. Oh, nope. Yes. On that host. It's going to run it locally for now. But that's the host that we're going to target with that script. And then there is script running. Do you take a PID? Just the file name. Is running. Takes a PID. Okay. While yes, it is running PID. And has to a sleep 100. There we go. That will just wait for the script to no longer be running. Perfect. Okay, so instead of just calling weekend, I want to wait up weekend on host with that many threads. That's actually it. So you do take in the host as an argument. Perfect, perfect. So instead of ns.grow, I want to grow. Instead of ns.hack. To hack. Okay, that should do what I want. Survey. What? Nothing new. Even though I'm up at a level 177. Scan, analyze, 3. Access there. Yes. She says no. You need 190. Okay. I wonder. Does this apply to? Whatever. So we've got Silver Helix. Could go up to 1 billion. That's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And that is how many active scripts I've got running. Oh, plus target hack. It's actively running. Yes, and it's broken. Okay, yeah, 14. Yes, 1 on each, yes. Okay, so now I want to run the new script that I just wrote. And I guess because we've been keeping your security low. We should probably continue targeting you. Your money is mostly gone. But your cap is not too high, so I can see this working. Oh. ns.run is not a function. Nothing running because it crashed, okay. ns.run. It's right there. Crash due to an error. ns.run is not a function. Did I not pass in ns correctly? Nope. There, that's what I needed. Crashed due to runtime error. Threads is nan. At run wait. Thank you folders. What? I guess that's because I made another group of backups. I've never really liked the word folder. I learned directory in DOS, which is a much longer, more awkward word, but it still feels like the word. Okay, so what am I doing? I think the primary thing I'm doing is finishing this script. And if I get it working, it would be worth upgrading my augmentations with this tool to pull me right back up to speed. Let's check. Oh no, I don't have all that much money. Huh. Threads is now on that line. 68. Run wait. Script host threads. Is nan from op weekend on 58. Let's just stupid pop-up. Go down. I don't want to look at this stuff under. Whatever. What have I got? I want to print it here. T equals max weekend threads equals v max weekend threads. Okay, let's do that. Threads is nan, I know. I saved it and you didn't. We didn't... Oh, I T-printed, didn't I? Didn't actually want that. Okay. There we go. T is 5. Max weekend threads is negative nan. How did I get that? Max weekend threads. Free RAM over that. Man, there's a lot of awful songs in this collection. There's some good ones. It already seems like it's probably good. I have a very soft spot for chip tunes with arpeggios in them. Free RAM should be a D. Script RAM. It might be a float. RAM. Let's get script RAM. We can do this. Whoa. Found undefined. Okay. Will that work? I think so, because this is JavaScript. It is an yes, okay. Free RAM is undefined. I did. Okay, so that's what's wrong. Free RAM is undefined. Why is that? That's that. Printf. Max RAM equals used RAM equals what? Aha, I'm not passing NS. That's a really bad error. Gah. Ugh. Okay, that was the bug the whole time. So now you will still fail. Main up weekend free RAM. Up weekend is getting NS. passing NS to free RAM. Cannot read properties of undefined. NS is undefined. How and why would that be? NS, right here. I'm using it all kinds of places. I used it here. Ah. Somehow I missed that. The perils of a weakly typed language. I cannot access H. That's a new error. At free RAM. Huh, yep. Threads his name again. Why? Because weaken is name. Free RAM is undefined again. Free RAM equals undefined. Why? At same place where we started. That's that. Print. Max. That's getting closer to explaining it. Max RAM is 256 gigs. Used RAM is 715. Why is that undefined? Something's happening. We're locked up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ugh. Restart. Well, I hope we don't lose too much. Wild. There's an achievement for that. Create program. Something's unlocked. Is it just deep scan? I don't care about that right now. Just make sure that doesn't happen again. The history is probably all gone. Oh, nope. But it's still crashing in exactly the same way. Now that it's not, or I guess it's hanging in exactly the same way now that it's not crashing. Hello? You gonna notice that I did that? Even though I put a sleep in? We've hacked almost all of Harakiri's money out. Somehow not the same for Silver Helix or nor Iron Gem. Nor Zero. Everybody else is weird values. Whereas those are nice. Oh, you're not quite locked up? You've done something bad, but it's hard to say what. It's not bad enough to trigger that infinite loop detection, but it's pretty bad. I have a feeling I should just close and restart this. Oh, what? Oh. Reload and kill all scripts. Let's see. So active scripts is empty. Yeah, sure, fine. Nothing to do yet. So where are you going wrong? There's another loop. Right here. But that's also sleeping. Should I pick a bigger number than 100? Okay, so where was that button? There. Back up again before. I repeat this problem. Yep, it's failing exactly the same way again. Wow, what am I doing wrong? Well, now I've got the hiccups. Took that long just to pull up the log window. Bad sign. Because I swear I'm doing the right things. Ah, I'm not awaiting. That's the problem. Need to await an asleep. Do I not want the A? That also returns a promise. Okay, I know what I'm doing wrong. I think that should do it. Yeah, that's a lot better. I need to turn off logging for that. Clear log. Disable log function. Do I pass NS or just no? Dot disable log for a sleep. Okay, so oof. What? Beacon with only 4 threads. That might be all you need. Okay. And I did take that into account semi-intentionally. I think I can use Home's resources to target multiple things at the same time for cases like this where you're only hardly weakening. Okay. Hop grow. We're working, we're working. I want to look at all these extra prints. I don't need all of them. That was while I was figuring out earlier bugs. Cool. I've got no idea how long that's going to take. 138 threads of growing. So I don't have a lot of free memory. In fact, I've only got the 6-ish. 6 plus rounding errors. Now you're weakening with 12 threads. I'm probably going to need to put in limits. If there's not enough threads at all, I should just do nothing. If t is 0, return false. I couldn't. No. If continue. Okay, so you are working away at Harakiri. I think I should connect to Silver Helix, which I can't do directly. Where is Silver Helix? In Max Hardware, which is in... Oh, it's going to take a while to backdoor it. Okay, so this script will run on one host and use all of its resources to target another. Level that I need to get to Silver Helix. 150. Yeah. Yeah. You are now growing. after weakening. In fact, get server max RAM. Don't need to see that on the logs every time. Already removed that, but you're still logging it. Okay, that's still running. It'll take 1 minute and 29 seconds. Might as well let that finish before we keep experimenting. Fill up every server with at least some background work. Okay, that's done. Mercury needs a lot of growing. I might want to turn off all default logging for this script because it doesn't really actually do anything locally, and it itself talks about what it is in fact doing. Although run, I do want to see. Min security level. Security level. So we'll quiet those down later. We grew money and we're hacking. Shouldn't do that. Oh, I got these things backwards. We didn't do anything. We did something. Okay, die. Okay, upgrow. Because we didn't need more money, we did nothing. Because we had no threads, we did nothing. We did stuff. Weaken. Because we had a low enough security level, we did nothing. Because we had no threads, we did nothing. We did something. Okay, that's how that works. Control B is stolen by that editor. We are already weakening. Are there commands? I don't know. Nano, PS, remove. Run, scan, SCP. All done. Okay, we didn't weaken. We are growing. Because security is minimum and money is very low. Wow, target takes 7 gigs. Yuck. The next version of this is going to be way more complicated. On the other hand, I have augmentations to install now. And it's going to be a long time before I get more. 2,500 there. Oh, not much there. So if I can get 2.8, 1,000 more, and way more money than I've currently got, then I can get 5% more hacking skill. You grew money, and now you decided you need to weaken a little bit. I might need to put a threshold on weakening, because it always takes the maximum time every time, doesn't it? It's going to take a minute and a half every time, even though I don't have much weakening to do. Yeah. I would rather do another grow before I weaken. So weaken. Times what do I want? At least a quarter of the threads that I could. Something like that. I don't want to weaken unless I'm going to put at least a quarter of my power into it. Because I can invest 138 threads. I don't want to invest just 12. What's 34? That would require 3 rounds of growing. Let's do a third. 46. There we're hacking Harakiri. Now if we connect to Silver Helix. Nope. Copy that over first. Then we can... Who do we want to target? Somebody smaller. Like... gas food and stuff is half, even though we're going to be putting in, I want something somewhere in the middle, but I've only got 2, 50, 100, and bigger numbers than 50. Food and stuff it is. Run target hack on food and stuff. Tail that, please. Uh-huh. So you're growing. $4 million. Growing again. I guess the target is smaller, so you run faster iterations, huh? Silver Helix. Grow. Is only taking 30 seconds. But it's also only adding $10,000 at a time. Because we're only working with a quarter-ish of the resources. So the next version of this script would find all available servers and direct resources at a task that we want to do. I'm starting to think I want to attack the smallest targets first, because they will use the least resources. On the other hand, no, I need to put in limiting how much effort we put into hacks. Growth analyze, hack analyze. There we go. So I will make hack smarter, because if I was to target noodles, I would steal more money than they have. wasting resources. I'm already limiting grow and weaken because I don't know. Maybe I should also just limit how much we ever take at one time, so there won't be as much growing needed. I wonder what the optimal distribution of that is. Because we know how long things take. I want 3.7 thousand rep. Call it 3.8. I'm only getting one a second, so it's going to be like 10 minutes. Is there a progress bar on that? No, it's 2 boxes. So you're continuing to grow very slowly. If you're only adding 10,000 at a time, it's going to take a long, long time to get all the way up to 50 million. Which is why I should be using the resources of all the servers I've got. Probably. I might not have grow and weaken limiting how much effort they do. I'm gonna have to read the script back to know. On the other hand, your grow attempts happen in a third the time. And since it's a percentage that you're growing, after enough iterations, which go more quickly, that'll do something. good progress, I think. This is a good script to have written. It'll be especially good to see what it's like after we reset with a new augment. I think when we've only got a couple servers that we can target, and yet home is still big. I mean, I'll probably target noodles immediately and suffer the problem of, oh, you know, yeah, it's probably capable of draining all of Noodle's money in one go. You've got to limit how much it takes. Okay. Let us, in fact, start working on that. We need to analyze the hack. Single thread hack. Let back size equals hack analyze. It's like they designed this API to be as bad as possible. It's analyze growth, but hack analyze, and ugh. Anyways. Post. So I want to take uh, 10% of the money. Because if I take more growing, I'll take too long. Maybe 15%. Because I don't even try to grow if I'm under 90. So using everything for that. Let it finish because I don't know how long it's taking. We're not quite at 3.8 yet. I'm going to target noodles just to see how it acts. Whenever this is done. Boom. Gained 1,000 hacking experience. Awesome. So now Let's just kill all scripts there. So it doesn't interfere, so we know what's going on, really. Huh, these numbers are backwards. Sort of. Current out of maximum, minimum, or current out of minimum. Whatever. Oh no! Threads must be an integer. I thought I did that. Math.floor, math.floor. What just happened there? At op grow. Oh, really? Op grow line 42. Yeah, it's. Well, you're going to tell me. Oh, yep, I didn't floor this. Growth analyze. You're still growing very slowly. Wait. Aren't you at 1.4? Oh, you've got... that machine messing with things on its own. Grow with 3 threads. It's so small, it hardly takes any work. Because we only want to grow... Really, 3 threads is going to grow it all the way, huh? Grew all that we could take. Hacking with 142 threads, that is not what I want. %. ns.t printf hack size equals money equals font threads equals stop putting stuff in the way of what I'm looking at. So I can definitely kill you before you start stuff. Grow. I guess. Yeah, we managed to steal half of it, so we are growing. And that grow did all the money. Up hack. Oh, printed to the terminal. Hack size is 0.0. Don't understand how that API works. Hack analyze. The part of money, not the amount. It must be the percentage. Then you will steal 1%. Well, yeah, okay. It is the, not the number of dollars, it is the ratio. That is the proper thing, I think. One thread's 35. Really? Okay. Let's take that sleep out. Let's see what happens. Growing with 2 threads. So we hacked away a couple 100,000. We're growing it back. Well, I would be able to use a bunch of Home's resources to attack another target right now, because Noodles does not use all of it. And this is just going to go back and forth, isn't it? It's going to have to weaken at some point. Oh, but we don't weaken unless we're going to use a quarter or a third of our threads to do it, and that's bad for small targets. Okay. We have more reputation than we need for this, but not the money. Not even close to the money. Ugh. I wonder what the weaken threshold really should be. That total total RAM plus equals server.max RAM. all the things that we've got access to now are more than home. So if we were to use them all, that would be awesome. But it's going to be a lot of work to refactor heavily enough to get all that. A lot of coordination, a lot of things running. This will be an advantage where this is a bad simulation. I think the PIDs are super global. There's not really multiple servers. You're not connecting to them in any meaningful way, really. You can access all the state all the time. So my one controller running on one machine can monitor all the various PIDs, no matter where they're running. Okay, so this is what happens when I target noodles. So let's target noodles from here, because you have the resources to do that. Then we'll come home and target food and stuff, because you have the resources to do that better. See, you're only investing 19 threads, which isn't even all that you could, whereas you are doing all you can to grow food and stuff. Uh-oh! PID must be a positive integer. Threads must be a positive integer. Inside, up, grow. On noodles. Oh, you don't have the most up-to-date script. This isn't normally how we will do things. This is the dirty hack, as always, that we are doing in between other things. You know, I could have a script that constantly runs that survey. Survey takes 4 gigs. Leaving that running would stink, but I could. 4.3, so I can't run it on noodles. 0.5 to 1.6. You're only getting 40,000 at a time. It's going to take a while to boost you up. Money's growing very slowly. Oh, we got one new one. Now, though, I don't want to launch all because noodles and food and stuff are in a weird scenario. So, what do you have? Kind of want to run a script, just copy all my scripts somewhere. MegaNet is only quote unquote 32 gigs. I'm not going to be able to. Yeah. Scan analyze 3. There you are. Back door, so I can get back more easily. Growing, growing, weakening, weakening. Ugh. Wow, it's taking a long, long time. I only just barely got the skill to access you at all. So yeah, it takes a while. Oh, there's another reason for targeting one given server for hacks over another. It the required hacking skill, I think, affects the speed of all things, which is why food and stuff is going so much faster than whichever one we were doing before, silver something. Silver Helix. Yes. Security level. No, that's not required hacking skill. But it might be effectively the same thing. Difficulty is probably really what I care to measure, because Silver Helix is 23, food and stuff is 5. So it goes way faster here. Grow, weaken. Weaken. Okay, so I want to buy that augment, but it's going to take, I think, a good long while for that to happen. So you were doing, it's hard to say given that things were happening in parallel. You were kind of keeping up with the current security level when you were trying to weaken. And when you did a big fat grow, security jumped up. Huh. Okay. I think that is a lot of progress. And given the time, I think that is the amount of progress we're going to make today. So we're going to leave it right there, I think. What is my hacknet doing? $300 a second is hardly anything. Thanks for hanging out, Sword. I suppose I could focus while I'm talking. So this new target hack script is much more intelligent about what it's doing. And what are we going to do next? We're going to grow it so that... in what order? I think the first thing we're going to do is grow it so that it can use all the resources we've got across all servers. And then we'll just point it at the biggest target that it makes sense to, given the sum of resources that we've got. Oh. Which means I'm going to have to update calculating the free RAM, because I've left a buffer because I wrote it for running on home at first. Ugh. So many steps, and they're all self-imposed. So tomorrow we're going to update target hack to use not just the local resources, but rather all the resources we've got across all servers, which just figuring out what all those resources are is going to be its own challenge. And then deciding how to carve them up and use them all, it's going to be even worse. But we've got a lot of that logic here already. Like when we've got one local set, we're correctly deciding here we should use 10 threads to weaken, but here we should use 55 threads to weaken, based on all the input parameters. And so right now, if we don't have all the threads that we want, like here we want more, but we've only got 10. So that's what we do, we just run 10. Instead of that, we will just use all that we've got and then check the next server and use all that they've got and so on until we've got all of the growing or whatever it is we want to do done. Wonder how to best do that. We're probably going to need to scan for servers in real time, basically. So yeah, I'll need to write another better scanner. I don't know if you can write an async generator, but I want to know that now. So yeah, all kinds of stuff to do tomorrow. Thank you very much, everybody, for dropping by. Hope you've had a wonderful time, and I hope I get to see you again next time. But until then, bye-bye.